Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. Nice to be back with you all. New week. Happy Tuesday. We're in Dublin. We're doing some Ryanair ops this morning. We're going over to, plan is going to be Dublin, Stansted, back to Dublin. Then, if there's time, we'll head over for one last leg to Edinburgh. And that should be us for the day. That should be a nice little day's work. Good news, Ryan. Your the VMR file's working, so I can see you in a 777 this morning, which is cool. Mind you, good luck getting out of that parking space intact. You're looking rather big there. Morning, Joanna. Who else have we got in? We've got Zachary. We got Hideo. We've got Philip, Grumpy, Stefan, Darkside, Ryan, and Daniel, from what I can see in the scroll. And DW in TikTok as well. Morning to you all. Can you teach me how to fly this thing? You can watch along. I'm not exactly the greatest teacher, nor am I a real pilot, so I wouldn't take my word for everything, to be quite honest. And 707's in as well, look at that. Air Canada again, Grumpy. Yeah, I don't know how to get rid of that. Like, I've checked my VMR file over and over and over, and it must be a cache or something. Short of uninstalling the Phoenix and all the liveries and rebooting the sim and doing all that again. Don't know. Hopefully it won't be long, and we'll be in FSLTL, and all of this will be a distant memory anyway. Hopefully. Progress on FSLTL, by the way. I got in touch with them over the weekend, and they said that I need to redo all of my liveries to the new, basically to work with FSLTL. I can't just give them my Phoenix livery. I can't give them my PMDG livery, because of course they use sort of lower poly count 3D models for the planes, and which obviously makes sense for performance, because that's kind of the name of the game, isn't it? And yeah, they've got their own 3D models, and therefore they've got their own paint kits for each model. So I've spent the weekend going through all the various planes that we're going to try and add. Weirdly, some planes aren't available, which surprised me. For example, the A350-1000 isn't available, only the 900 is. There's no A340 at this time, although there are A340s in FSLTL. There just isn't a paint kit for people like me to use, which is weird. But maybe that'll come in time. The Anybuilds one is still quite new, after all, I suppose. So the plan is to get the A320, 1921, and the 2021 Neos, so then we're ready for the Phoenix Neos as well. That'd be good. 737-800, 777 freighter, 777-200 and 300, and obviously LR and ERs of the 200. A350-900, and I think that's it. That's the plan. That is the plan. So I've done all the painting work. I've bundled them up into livery packages, and the next step is to test it to A, see if it works and appears at all, and B, if it looks decent. Like, if I messed it up, is it going to be all misaligned? It shouldn't be, if I've understood the paint kit correctly, but this is me we're talking about. So that's all good fun. That's all happening. Stay tuned for more details. I will update you as we go, but I can't wait to be in FSLTL. That would just be such a cool moment, being in FSLTL. It's like we're in the sim. We're actually in the sim, you know. That'd be so cool. Joseph, good morning. Good morning to you all. Right. We better get the plane fired up, haven't we? We'd better get the plane fired up. So emergency lights, battery. Take some external power. Let's get the navs on. I've got hiccups. Oh dear. Do for the minute. Still running the 4080. Could I share the link for the livery for Ryanair? It's just in the operations centre from PMDG. That's all it is. I haven't really gone anywhere to get it. Just PMDG gave it to me as part of the plane. Right, call sign today. Ryanair 232, because of course it is. Dublin to Stansted. Cost index of 80. Alternate EBOS. Where's EBOS? I don't know where EBOS is. Already clicked that, haven't I? Yes, I have. Good. Flight plan is in the EFB. So. FMC. Pause in it. Next page. Grab a coordinate. Previous page. Set that. EIDW. For the airport. Where are we? We're stand 124? I want to say? Yeah, 124. This is where that controller tried to send me one time when I messed up in Dublin. So that's fun. Flight plan request, sim brief, EIDW, EGSS. Beautiful. Morning, Mr. Mint. I did my first flight out of Dublin on VATSIM last night. It went well. Good. You did better than me on my first go. In fairness, the controller didn't shout at me. The controller was lovely, in fact. Considering I just turned up and made a giant arse of myself. That controller couldn't have been nicer. In fact, he sent me a really nice email afterwards with loads of advice. What a nice guy. What's QNH? 1002. I feel like there's a weird acceleration going on with these dials, and I don't like it. I wish they would behave more like these dials. I feel like I can never scroll to where I want to scroll to. It's either too slow or then it speeds up. It's a bit of a mess. 122 decimal 8. So we can listen to what everyone's got to say for themselves. We're at 1440p this morning on the 4080 at about 50 FPS, which is about right. That's what I would expect at 4K with the 7900 XTX, just to be clear. So it's not a bad effort, that. How do I do the overlay? Sim Toolkit Pro. Morning, Michael. Morning, Amazing Jet. EBOS sounds like Belgium somewhere, doesn't it? EB, but where's the OS? Just Google for Sim Toolkit Pro, you'll find it. I mean, the overlay that I made is custom, but I made it using their data. So I kind of coded the overlay myself to a large degree. So if you want exactly that, you're probably going to struggle. Right, let's load in the route. Where's my notepad? I need a new notepad. Ostend. That makes sense. Thank you, Joanna. Glad someone's on the ball. Oh, I can't wait to get into FSLTL. I must admit, though... Oops, I almost wrote down Air not 232. It's not. It's Ryanair. (232). Flight plan wise, let's have a look at charts. So we're out of Dublin on 28 right. On the end deck 3 Juliet. Into Stanny on 22. On the Listo 1 Lima. Transition at Laurel. Someone having mic troubles there.
Dublin traffic, Air 056 Tango testing comms. Anyone hear me?
Can hear you now.
5. 5. Thank you all. That was me constantly transmitting. I've now corrected my push to talk. Sorry. All good.
Always grumpy causing trouble, isn't it? I don't know. Right. Yeah, so we're doing this weird little loop into Stansted, as we quite often do. After Barkway, I would be tempted, basically, to cut out all of this and just sort of go direct and head up to intercept the ILS, to be honest. We'll see what happens. It may be that we get some London control online, in which case it won't be up to us. It might be, yeah, that we want to take a little shortcut. But that's okay. Maybe after Bombo, we go direct to Laurel and then just sort of follow it in. But if we're going to do that, we want to cut this little loop out ahead of time, because otherwise VNAVs might end up with a bit of a moment. Right, activate, execute. Let's get this flight plan in, shall we? Departures, arrivals, departing, 28 right on the NDEC 3 Juliet. Boff, get that in. Into Stansted, 22 on the Listo 1 Lima. Then we'll transition Laurel, pop that in. Beautiful. Right, how do I get the tablet over? There it is. I thought it's that little screw, isn't it? I always forget where it is. Okay, performance tool. Dublin. 28 right. So we're doing a select temp of 42.
Pushing start, release point Foster, so that is on taxiway. So we're doing Dublin traffic.
Really weird hearing myself in the background of people's unicorn calls.
Apologies, taxiway 4 for Aeronautic 36 Romeo.
Okay, that's good. So we're doing a TO1 D rate. Select temp 42. It's flaps 5, wasn't it? Yeah, of course it was. 144, 145, 149. Those all match. Good. So bump, bump, bump. Centre of gravity is in. Trim of 510. Do I currently use TLSS? DLSS. I don't know, actually. I can't remember what I left it on. Right, let's put you back over here in your little tablet stand. How do we get you back over here? There you go. Yeah, honest answer is I can't remember what we left it on. 1440p TAA is what we're on at the moment. Someone recommended we try DLAA. We try that. Any more frames? Probably not, because we're CPU limited anyway. Question is, could we do 4K with DLAA? Give it a whirl. Gonna go with a no for that. You're using DLSS 4.5 of DLAA, are you? Okay. What FPS are you getting out of interest? Because obviously I'm on a 4080 Super with the same CPU as you and RAM combo, near enough, and you're on a 5090. So if I'm seeing 35, 36, what are you seeing? $74? What? No frame gen? 74. Bloody hell. No frame gen. It's literally double, isn't it? That's literally double what I'm getting. Alright, well, lovely. So let's go back to 1440p in that case. I really think the 4080 Super just can't hack. Oh, Ryan's pushing back. Watch out for that lamppost, Ryan. Yeah, feels like 4K is not a good idea for the 4080. Okay, let's look at some charts. What's my takeoff? Flight level 230, we've got to stay below 9 to begin with, that's fine. 9 in the window. 149 up here for our V2 speed. .308 is our initial heading, according to the charts. Going all the way around there, let's go the other way. Because it is basically take off and turn, isn't it, out of 28 right on the old end deck. That's alright though. 1440 on a 3090 in Touchwood, it's been good as gold. Yeah, see, I think a lot of it's got to do with the memory bus bandwidth, and you've got a load of that on a 3090. I feel like the 4080 is somewhat hindered by its ability to have a big old memory bus. Alright, that's all good. We've got our legs in. Should we step through the route? Boff, 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 boff. Lovely. Got to be time for some APU then, isn't it? Let's get the old APU on, fuel pumps on. We cruising at 370. Yeah, the 3090's aged really well, thinking about it. So's the 3080, really. 30 series was great. 350, isn't it, into Stansted. APU's fired up, good. In which case, let's get the hydraulic pumps on. Let's get window heat on. We'll do probe heat after engine start, I believe is the way. And we can think about getting a push. Let's get our anti-collision light on. Let's tell GSX that we're getting ready to go. What's happened to Ryan? Where are you, Ryan? Oh, there he is. You might as well just reverse all the way to the runway. Okay. Parking brakes on. We remove the chocks. That will release the ground power as well. Is my live weather on? Bet it isn't. Oh, yes it is. I'm very excited for coffee time today, by the way. I've got a new bean to cup coffee machine. It's very nice. Let the APU flow. Although I've actually run out of APU because I took so long dialing it in that I basically burnt through like a whole bag. Very high on caffeine on Saturday, but that's okay. Flight plan and PMDG FMC have a difference of 2,000 feet. Morning, Scotty. Scotty says, do you find the PMDG or Phoenix is better optimised? I have the Phoenix runs at about 55 on a 4070 Super, limited with VRAM though. Yeah. Oh, Lanky, thank you, mate. 13 months. Damn. Legend. Thank you, Lanky. Please VRAS. No, I don't. No. I find, honestly, I find the PMDG and the Phoenix are roughly the same. But then I'm on a fairly high-end rig, so perhaps if I was not, the differences would be more obvious. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, they're roughly in the same camp. I don't really fly one and be like, oh, this is so much worse than the other one. So the way I look at it is, if you want to fly Boeing, it's PMDG. If you want to fly Airbus, it's Phoenix. Those are the correct answers. You know, it's... Oh, there he is. Look, he's ready to go. Look, you can't wait. Don't worry, buddy. We'll get you to Stansted. We'll get you to Stansted. Don't you worry. Right. Is there anyone around me? No, there is not. We're 5 minutes early. Dublin traffic, Ryanair 232, stand 124, pushing back onto apron 1, facing west. Nose left, tail right.
Release parking brakes, please.
Brake released.
Commencing push. Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push is completed and brakes are set.
Oh, okay then. You the boss? Couldn't hear you. That's alarming. Dublin traffic, Ryanair 232, radio check. Oh shoot, I know what it is. 121. Dublin traffic, Ryanair 232, radio check.
5 now.
Thank you. And for those that couldn't hear me before, Dublin traffic, Ryanair 232, pushing back facing west on apron 1. I think there's a button somewhere that is changing my frequency. And I don't know which one it is. I don't know which one it is.
In Dublin traffic, in Place Area, we are going to yield to the departing Ryanair 737 before beginner taxi.
Please moderator. Please moderator what? Morning, Benny. Good luck with the course, man.
Please set parking brakes.
Right. We can start our engines now. Into ground. Start the APU bleed. should start to get a bit of N2. Yes, we are. You keep saying moderator, please. What do you mean, moderator, please? You want to become a moderator? Or you want a moderator to do something for you?
Dublin traffic, Air 056 Tango, push and start from stand 108, pushing back facing west on to Charlie.
Morning, Stu. How you doing? Good job, there's Ryan. Engine 2 into ground. Wait for it to get up to about 20% N2. Fuel. Yes, you're right, we do need Squawk 2000. Righty. Rejected takeoff. Let's go flaps 5. Thanks, Victor. Yeah, I don't know why PNDG do the squawk of 1, 2, 3, 4. You would think that it would be more sensible to not do that. Okay, engines are started, so take power from the engines. Whoops. We can put our packs onto auto, isolation valve auto, APU bleed off, APU off, taxi light to on, probe heats to on. Looking good. I will do engines continuous before lineup. We won't do that right now. Great. Right, how are we going to taxi then? So we're going to do apron 1, Foxtrot outer, then November 2, November 2. Dublin traffic, Ryanair 232 taxiing to runway 28 right via apron 1, Foxtrot outer, and November for November 2, Dublin traffic.
Dublin traffic, behind the departing Ryanair 737, not 36 from you going to taxi via link 4, Foxtrot outer, and November for runway 28 right, Dublin traffic. And Dublin traffic, Ryanair 6 Tango Bravo, turning final 2X.
Come on now. Second right then, isn't it? Second right onto outer. Don't think I've yet flown this plane with these new rudders. Morning, Stefan. Just fancied a change, to be honest. Quite like flying other airlines as a bit of a something different, you know. Also worry that people might get bored if it's constantly like air not this, air not that. People seem to like it. Cheers, sniper. Must get my Tobii eye tracker fixed to work with chase plane. Need to figure that one out. Job for tonight, I think. I won't lie, Joanna, that was one thing I did think of last night when I was like, what shall I do? Where shall I fly tomorrow? And I was like, you know what? If we do have a couple of slammers, maybe Ryanair? Second right onto November. So Charlie's coming up now. We want the next one. You having trouble with chase plane? I've been quite lucky with it so far. I mean, it is experimental, isn't it? So you can't really hold too much against them. Foxtrot outer, right onto November. Left is clear. How you doing, mate? Right is clear. I think the plan for tonight will be to reinstall the 7900 XTX. I'm not sure I can really keep the 4080 in here. Even at 1440, it's feeling a bit jittery. It's grumpy in his Air Canada livery. That should be an Air Not livery, but it's not. But I'm going to go full length. Dublin traffic, Ryanair 232, correction to our taxi route. We're going to take November 1 instead of November 2. Ryanair 232, Dublin traffic. 737 today. That's him indeedy. Just bought the A350. Wow, what do you think of it? Still not sure about the A350, to be honest. Right, we made it to November 1. That's good. Parking brakes on. Where's my browser? There's my browser. In my other window, that's why I couldn't see it. Right, who have we got then? There's me, there's Ryan, there's Grumpy, there's 707 by the look of it. Coming to join us. No one even remotely near us. So that's good. So we can get ready to go. Engines into continuous. Tara. Start the clock. Whoops, wrong button. That's better. Done it again. 121.8. Why has it done that? I want 122.8. What button am I pressing that's doing that? That's concerning. Let's have a look at that. Dublin traffic, Ryanair 232, lining up, taking off runway 28 right on the NDEC 3 Juliet. Departure, Dublin traffic.
Dublin traffic behind departing Ryanair 737, and after returning lining up runway 28 right behind Dublin traffic.
Cheers, Moon. Landed on on a taxiway into Frankfurt. Oh my word. Whoops a daisy. See me in shorts, nice. Let's go to Stansted. Cheers, Gareth. Alrighty, I'm going to have to ignore you all for a minute while I do this. Let's get our flight directors on. LNAV, VNAV, auto thrust, armed. Hold it on the brakes. Go. Flex takeoff thrust set. Bit of forward yoke pressure.
Dublin traffic, Journal 36 Romeo, locking runway 28 right.
You're up. Hey, I'm going to ignore the flight directors for this bit. No, they've caught up now. Dublin traffic, Ryanair 232, airborne out of 28 right, passing 2,000 feet, Dublin traffic. Somewhat concerning.
Dublin traffic, Journal 36 Romeo, taking off now runway 28 right, NDEC departure. Dublin traffic.
Is that whenever I let go of my yoke, it wants to turn me to the right? Why is it doing that?
Dublin traffic, Air 056 Tango lining up behind departing company traffic on 28 right.
Is it my rudder trim, I wonder? Just hand fly this little bit, 'cause I mean, it's not too bad that I'm unable to offset while we're hand flying like this.
Dublin traffic, Air 036 Romeo, airborne now passing 2000, climbing now for 270, Dublin traffic.
Get that autopilot on, and I can check trims. Yeah, there is a bit of trim, isn't there? How do I reset it? Huh. It's not the first time we've had that either, is it? So now if I was to... No hands. Yeah. Solid as a rock. Something's setting the rudder trim, isn't it, somewhere? So that's not the first time we've had that. Yeah. Lee, I think you're right. You're right. It was rudder trim.
Dublin traffic, Air 056 Tango, takeoff 28 right, and deck.
Albapino, how you doing?
Departure.
Thank you, Gareth. Have a good one.
Traffic, Shamrock 257, lining up runway 28 right, Dublin traffic.
Okay, let's go straight up to 370 now. Dublin traffic, Ryanair 232, climbing now flight level 370, final call, Dublin traffic. Hi, Daniel. No MD-11 post weave, no. Never flown that. Maybe I'll have to pick it up. I did forget the flaps. Yeah, we were trying to sort out the rudder trim. That was weird with that rudder trim. That's not the first time we've had that. It's got to be a bind somewhere.
Dublin traffic, Air 056 Tango.
I would be...
out of 28 right, passing 2000.
I'd be willing to bet it's something in my keyboard. How do I... Assigned. Yeah, that's what it is. Aileron trim. Is there a way that I can just delete everything from my keyboard? Except for the things I actually want. God, there's so much, isn't there? Look at it. Goodness gracious. Right, let me get lights off a minute. Rudder trim. Num 0, control, and num decimal. Delete those. Delete. Delete that one as well.
Traffic around 36 from you, speed 230 knots for approach. Traffic.
Delete that one as well. Wow, there's so much. Oh, hello. What's going on in Twitch? How you doing, okay? Nice to see you, mate. Full send. There was one thing I had where, like, it totally just ruined everything. Auto rudder, we don't want that. Get rid of anything to do with rudder. And I also want to find out if there's something that's messing with my... my frequencies, because that's not good either, is it? Don't know what I would search for. I search for frequency. No. What about radio? Just woke up to minus 33 degrees Celsius here in Corunna. What a hot day. Damn. Philip, thank you for the one gifted. Who won it? Postweave. Congrats, man. Oh, and Clark's in as well. How you doing, Clark? Set nav 1. Definitely something, isn't there? Okay, aileron trim, we don't want that. Flaps, spoilers. If you see anything to do with radio, shout, okay? Magento, select VSI bug. Autopilot. Autopilot. Mixture, propeller pitch, we don't want any of that. Landing gear, we don't want any of that. Brakes, we're not too worried. Minus 43 yesterday. Flipping heck. Fairly certain we've flown into Corunna, because didn't Orbex include that as part of their Scandinavian triple pack? Oh, hello. Hello. I think we've set the rudder off again. Okay, that's better. Not sure you're going to get S2 this year, Clark. As they progress less people than the position I'm in on the waiting list. Damn. Ah, yeah, it's frustrating, isn't it? But at the same time, you'd rather they did it right than did it quick. Transponder. Minus and plus. What does that even mean? Literally, what does that mean? Just going to delete those just to be on the safe side. Because you never know. Sim rate VR. ATC panel choice 1, 2 and 3. I bet that's what it is. Guaranteed. Well. You must love this, just watching me sort my controls out. I can subscribe. Oh, that's looking alright. Translate, cockpit view, exposure, blah, 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 blah. That's alright, that's alright, that's alright. Pitch, roll, yaw, slew. Move up, move down. Fingers crossed, that did the trick. Fingers crossed that did the trick. That was it for you to delete all the ATC numbers. Okay, cool. Definitely me pressing buttons on my Stream Deck. That's what it is. So like my Stream Deck, I've got buttons to like change this view, for example. That's the equivalent of pressing Alt and 4. And that would be Alt and 9, Alt and 5, 6, 7. Wide view, a dash view. Back to the cockpit, external. Cockpit. Drone view. Oh god, that could go badly for us, couldn't it? Top view. Okay, I think that's alright. I think that's alright. That is a force of habit, Clark, because I think it was back in Sim Update 2 or 1 or something like that, where even if you press the backspace, it would look like it did it, then you'd go back and it would still be there. Whereas if you go in and click the delete, it goes away. So I'm always like afraid to not do it that way now. Which I know is silly. Okay, rudder trim is staying sensible. That's also good. No, my rudders are twitching, aren't they? Why is that then? Right, Stansted at 11:04. And it's currently 10:25. That's fine. Why are my rudders twitching like that? Fairly certain they don't do that in the Phoenix. Have a look. Maybe we just need a little tiny bit of dead zone. Not that much. Flippin' heck. Try that. Say that's better. It's really not, because now my rudder trim is... Why is it setting my rudder to do that all the time? Oh my god. What's going on today? Why are the pedals not returning to centre, because look, hardware-wise, my pedals are in the centre. Agreed? But the plane seems to believe they are not. What's going on? Giddy aunt. Can we do rudder calibration in here?
Bank angle.
Right.
Bank angle.
God, now I've deactivated them. So let's just put in a huge dead zone, will that sort it?
Bank angle. Bank angle.
Every time it just wants to go there. Holy mother of... what's it? Just deactivate them. I'm so confused. I'm going to disconnect from VATSIM for a moment. Just go into here, because sometimes I wonder whether doing it on that panel and doing it through here are two different things. Oh no, it is there, to be fair. Try that. X and Y need to be the same. X and Y are the brakes, aren't they? That's all the X and Y is, they're the brakes.
Bank angle. Bank angle. Bank angle. Bank angle.
Oh my... Guys, help! Yeah, it's like I've got to constantly give it a bit of... Let's pause the simulation real quick. I'm going to calibrate them very, very quickly. It still just wants to go full right, doesn't it? Okay, well we need to declare an emergency in New Sky because this one isn't going to happen for us, is it? Bank
angle. Bank angle. Bank angle.
I wonder if it's SPAD.
Airspeed low. Bank angle. Bank angle. Airspeed low.
Wow, wow, wow. PMDG options. Pause at top of descent. There we go. Don't give up the day job. Yeah, don't worry, I haven't. PMDG actions. You mean FS actions? It's FS actions or options? FS actions. There is no aircraft. It's fuel, payload, doors, cabin lights. You can do PMDG setup, then aircraft. Then equipment. B1 bank angle. I don't know. I mean, there's one way to get around all of this is to plug in my Logitech as much as I don't want to. I just feel like the PMDG is not agreeing with these pedals, and I don't know why. Just don't know why. That noise is annoying me. I don't know. Not like a failure on or anything, is there? No. Maybe it's the pedals then. That's so weird. Alright, I'm going to go into my desk a minute. 2 secs. Two seconds. Okay, I've just plugged in my old Logitech rudder pedals and we'll see if they do anything. Has the sim detected them first of all? Yeah, there they are. And what are they doing hardware-wise right now? Okay. Maybe we'll just give it a little tiny dead zone. Just a little tiny one. The issue is obvious, he's got too much hardware. Oh, don't. And it's fixed. Let me just heading select myself. There we go. It was a turn up, wasn't it? I did not have that on my bingo card for today. Huh. Free drinks for all passengers. Mateus is paying. Very kind of you, Mateus, thank you. What a lovely gesture. Alright, so after all that, I don't even know where I am anymore. Probably should go direct to Listo. And should probably start descending while we're at it. Oh boy. What's after Listo? Let's just go straight to Pedig. LNAV, VNAV. Can't do VNAV at this time. Why won't it let us do VNAV at this time, I wonder? Altitude hold. Should go into vertical speed. Do it the old-fashioned way. Well, well, well. No, it can't do top of that's why. We haven't actually got to top of climb yet. Now it'll let us do it. There we go. Welcome to Ryanair. Oh, man. I feel like those Moza rudders were really causing a problem there, and I don't know why. So I don't know if you saw, I just ran out to the garage and grabbed my old Logitech ones, and the problem's gone away. So that's a new one. That's a new one. I'm just wondering if it's safe for me to rejoin VATSIM after that. I don't even know where I am. I don't know what's going on. I feel so confused now. Where am I? Okay, we're somewhere over Manchester. Somewhere over Manchester. Sunshade. How do we do the sunshades? Where are the sunshades button? I never use sunshades normally in the sim. Where does one go for the sunshades? It's got to be a click spot somewhere. Isn't it up here? What's that rail? Down? Down? Oh. These. And then it goes over. Yeah. Gotcha. Look at us go. There we go. Everything's gone wrong, but we got a sunshade. So, all I can think of then is that my rudder pedals were just giving continuous right input. Oh, sorry, left input. So left foot forward. Man, I hope they're not broken. Not be great, would it? Yeah, so we've declared an emergency on New Sky, which should hopefully write off any damage to the virtual airline as a result of what just happened. Sadly, though, it means obviously we're not going to get the benefit of that. Doing the flight for the VA, but that's fine. That's the least of our worries. Of more significant concern right now is why did my rudder pedals give continuous left input? Because they were fine. I'm going to start thinking about a descent, surely. Yeah, it's lost the cruise alt. Let's do cruise 370. If we tell it that, and go up to 370, will it give us then a top of climb? Right, let's go down to flight level 200. 200. Now, what rudders were that? So Moza sent me the their new ones, the MRPs, and I've spent the last sort of 3 weeks reviewing them off stream, off video, because they were like, obviously, please don't show them until we release them, and I was like, yeah, fine, no problem. So I would stream live with my Logitech ones, like the cheapish ones. I'd have to then de-rig them, put in the Mozas to do testing off stream, and then when it's time to stream again, obviously do that in reverse. The only thing I can think of is that I don't know if spad.next, but I haven't got any. There's no spad.next. I've got no control over the rudders because I'm running spad.next for other things, like the radio panels here. Obviously they're not working now because I've turned spad.next off out of fear that that was the problem. Weird. I will investigate further tonight. Because we did a flight with them last week, didn't we, in the Phoenix, and that was alright. And it was alright coming out of Dublin. Like, we were steering on the ground, we were flying nicely. Rudder trim here is set correctly. That was the other thing. As we came out of Dublin, it turned out I had a double keybind that was... One of my change camera view buttons was set to also the same thing that's doing the rudder. But that's all looking fine. And even in the Moza cockpit software, which is like their configuration software, I could see that the pedals were giving just continuous output. So I don't know. Don't know. Weird one, that. Still, Logitech saved the day. Which I never thought I'd hear myself say. Because I feel like I spent the last, what, like year or two whinging about those rudder pedals in some capacity or another. This, what, honestly, I know this hasn't been, Joseph says I can hear Grumpy blaming the Boeing from here. This, though, is why I love live streaming. I know, obviously, this hasn't gone to plan. Like, I wouldn't have hoped for this morning when I went live. I was hoping for something rather different. But this is why I love live streaming. Because there is nowhere to hide. There's nowhere to run. Imagine if I was making a video today. Me being a Ryanair pilot for the day. I was going to pre-record a little video. I could have just edited this out. If I wanted to. Or I could have spent the next 2 hours debugging it, fixing it, then just continuing on with the flight. And you'd never have known. But with a live stream, it happens. Like, you have to deal with it in front of people, and it's like there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. You see it all. And I really like that about it. Now, whether you like watching it, I don't know. But I think there's just like an inherent honesty that I really like. Not that I would hide things from you anyway. I would have included that in the video probably, but... Yeah, it would never be my ambition to hide things from you. But... You know that I know that I know that you know that it's live. There's nothing more. You know? It is what it is. Can't wriggle my way out of it even if I wanted to. You think it's maybe a firmware issue on the pedals? Maybe. Right. Let's stow the sun visor. I'm just wondering, would it be safe for me to reconnect to VATSIM at this point? Because it would be nice to fly with everybody. Yeah, I think it is safe. Give it another whirl, shall we? I am behind 707. At least we've got ground on. 121730. Yay! Stansted. 121730. Well, I did reconnect him a couple of times, Stefan, under the desk. That's kind of why I went under the desk initially, thinking, oh, maybe that would solve it, but it did not. Shamrock 257, Ryanair 232, we are back. Could I get your speed as we are behind you?
Shamrock 257, current indicated airspeed is 250 knots. I'm just about to turn over Sinmar inbound Bombo, and I can maintain 250 until Buster, which is 220 knots, if that helps.
Perfect, we'll go down to 230 just to give us a bit of spacing. Thanks, Ryanair 232.
Roger that.
Gav, you're on a streak. Right. Right. Get this show back on the road, shall we? I want good vibes from now on.
Traffic and off 56 Tango, also reducing speed to maintain separation with company traffic ahead.
Alright, let's do a bit of work. 22222 for Stansted.
Stansted traffic, Shamrock 257, just to correct my earlier transmission about speed, I can maintain 250 knots up to Barkway, at which point I'll need to be at 220 knots. I'll advise when reducing from my current speed of 250 knots. Stansted traffic.
Just logged in, what went wrong? My rudder pedals gave me continuous left input. So I had to get rid of them and run and get my old Logitech ones that were sat out in the garage on the shelf. And I've had to plug those in for now. Oh, hello. That's, what's going on here? Oh no, not again. Still doing it. It's still doing it. Is it doing it? Could it be? I mean, finally, I suppose all those people that come and join from like YouTube Vertical and TikTok that say do a barrel roll, they almost got their wish, didn't they? They nearly got their wish. Okay, ILS is 110.5, which is handily the default, isn't it, in the PMDG? Definitely not the pedals then. Okay, so it looks like the Mozas maybe have been exonerated. But then it is behaving with the Logis, that's the thing. It's definitely something else then that is conflicting. But what is it? Any FMA tips for understanding the 737? Watch YouTube. Loads of real pilots will give you loads of real information. There's a ton of tutorials out there. I would just soak it all up if I were you. Reset the rudder. Let's have a look. Reset rudder trim. What key should I use? Hey, no. Did that do anything at all? Reset rudder trim. Yeah, it's fine.
Air 036 Romeo, be aware that I am just about to turn base. Air 036 Romeo, also be aware there is an aircraft behind me some 10 miles.
Stansted traffic, Shamrock 257, reducing speed now to 220 knots. Stansted traffic.
Okay, we'll go 210. Keep that gap up.
Stansted traffic, Air 056 Tango, reducing 180 knots, turning base, runway 22.
You guys. I'll wait for one of you to spot it. I think I'm just going to go out on a limb here. I think my sim's about to crash. Or has crashed. Come to that. Shall we just meet the guys on the ground at Stansted and fly back to Dublin? Yeah, it has well and truly knackered itself, hasn't it? All right. Let's disconnect from VATSIM then. Let's restart the sim and question our life choices. Shall we? Oh, there it goes. Oh, no. Let's blame the 4080, shall we? I'll see you all on the ground at Stansted. On the plus side, the glass cockpit isn't blurry. There you go. Ever the optimist. I haven't had to restart the sim. The sim has crashed. In fairness, I did technically stop it in Steam, but it was just so frozen at that point. He's having the right moment here, though, at the moment. That's all right. We'll watch everyone land on VATSIM radar. Grumpy's on final. Connection lost. How do I close the flight? So I've declared an emergency. So how do I now get rid of this? I don't want to restore the flight, though. Not really. I just want to cut my losses and run. BT Whistle, how you doing? Not good, mate. We've just had probably one of the worst flights in a while coming over from Dublin with weird rudder input issues, and our sim's just crashed. So we're going to reboot and hopefully go and meet the guys at Stansted and fly back to Dublin. Let's just exit Steam. Steam is saying that the sim is still running. That's how messed up things are right now. I blame the 4080. I should never have put it back in. There it goes. Right, let's reboot the sim. Shall we? What a day. SEJ2C, that's me. Where's that? Where's that? Where's that? Where's that? Oh, there you are. I just saw you right before the sim loaded over you. It's alright, I'm a professional streamer. I can deal with stuff like this. We're not going to let it ruin our day. It's not going to ruin our vibe. We're all going to have a nice time. How do I find the Logitech G Flight Pro radio panel? Do I use it frequently? Not as frequently as I thought I would, to be honest with you. Yeah, that's the honest truth. It just feels a little bit like it's out of the mid-1990s. And of course, VATSIM now requires 6 digits for frequencies because of the 8.33 kilohertz update. That only has 5 digits. Therefore, for it to be useful, you need to use spad.next, which is a paid piece of software that then sort of shifts all the digits over by 1, which means that you lose the 1 at the start of the frequency. So instead of 122.8, it will be 22.800. Which is fine, but at the same time, it's a bit like, ugh. And it took Logitech forever to deliver it as well. I ordered it direct from Logitech, and then I got an email being like, there's a problem with your order, we're working on it. And it just took forever to get an answer out of them. To the point that I sent a support query, and they took so long to answer it that by the time they had answered it, it had been here for like a week. And it had already been delayed up to that point. So I emailed back being like, they sent a how did we do email. And I was almost like, are you serious? Like, like it was awful. Like, it was one of the worst experiences I've ever had ordering. It was like, I said, this is basically why people order from Amazon. Like, because you don't get this kind of rubbish. Say what you want about Amazon. you don't have to like Amazon. I get that a lot of people don't. I understand. But at the same time, you press a button and it's here tomorrow. And if there's a problem, you send it back and you're refunded almost immediately. So I sort of went on a bit of a rampage. And then they sent me a $100 gift card, which I thought was jolly nice of them. But I was like, well, I don't want anything from Logitech, really, to be honest with you. There's nothing I really want. Right, Charlie 4-3, shall we? Let's just go here. That'll be all right. Cheers, Stefan. Yeah, so I used a $100 gift card to buy the camera that you're now seeing here on YokeCam, which was conveniently $100. How can you not like Amazon? Well, I mean, let's be real, there are some questionable ethics that go on. But the customer experience is beyond compare. Right, let's put us into cold and dark GPU. What are the rudders doing now? They're fine. Perfect. All right. Should we go again? I honestly don't know who or what was at fault for that crash. It's one of those where people are going to blame whatever they want to blame, I think. But what are you going to do? Was it the sim? Was it the plane? I guess we'll never know. Right, let's make a new flight plan, shall we? Chuck the Asobo crash report into ChatGPT. That's a good idea. Right, there's our little route. That's fine. What I might do is just add some more fuel. Because... Swiffer, thank you. Put in an extra 30 minutes. And we'll pre-file that onto VATSIM. And we'll try again. Damn it. I don't know what I didn't do. Didn't change these, did I? That is how you hack it. Generate a flight plan at a new sky with air not, and then just change your call signs. Aircraft took off right under me after my localizer failed. Oh. It's suboptimal. Right, we're connected to VATSIM again. Fingers and toes crossed. Yeah, so I'm a bit confused then about that last flight. I don't know whether it is the rudders or I'm starting to think maybe it wasn't. It's grumpy. Damn. Damn. Right. It's 11:15. It's been a very hard morning so far. I think I deserve a coffee, to be quite honest with you. I'm going to make a coffee with my new coffee machine, which I'm very excited about. I'm going to come out, we'll have a coffee, we'll get ready to go, and then we'll fly back to Dublin, and we're going to have a nice day. I'll see you in a minute. See you in a minute. Right, I'm back. Shall we go Dublin? Shall we go Dublin? Let's align the... Oh, the navs are aligned. Brilliant. Okay. Let's go to FMC. Go to Poznit. Oops-a-daisy. Grab a GPS. EGSS. No clue what gate I'm at. That remains unclear to me at this point. Yeah, it's pretty bad going, Ryan, isn't it? That neither of us has managed to do a flight. That's not ideal. What am I at? 6-3 right is what I'm at. Never mind. Let's go to the route once we've turned this on, of course. Aegis SEIDW. Good. That's in. Flight plan request. Payload. Fuel. Route. That's a coffee and a half, that is. I love that new coffee machine. Hello, David. We're doing all right, mate. We've had a bit of a rough morning, but we're getting there. Found some mini cheddars in the cupboard that were left over from Christmas as well, so that's lifted my mood. Okay. Activate. Execute. Is ground still on? Runway news 22. What information are we on? Two, and we're expecting the Nugbo 1 Romeo. We've got information Echo. 1004 is QNH. Frequency is 121730. 121730.
Shamrock 257, Stansted Grange.
Shamrock 257.
Shamrock 257, Stansted Grange. Good morning, taxi stand 82 right via Juliet and Echo.
Taxi stand 82 Romeo by Juliet.
Flying the same route but offline. Nice.
Shamrock 257.
Nice, nice, nice. Perf in it. Come on then. Runway 22. Runway condition is wet. On 004. Let's get our clearance, shall we?
And Stansted ground, this is Tomjet 57 Whiskey, ready for push and start, stand 2-1.
Tomjet 57 Whiskey, stand 2-1, push and start approved.
Push and start approved for Tomjet 57 Whiskey.
Stansted ground, good morning, Ryanair 232, stand 63 right with Echo on board, aircraft type 737, 800 with IFR to Dublin.
Ryanair 232, Stansted ground, good morning, cleared to Dublin on the Nugbo 1 Romeo departure, squawk 7635.
Clear to Dublin on the Nugbo 1 Romeo departure, squawk 7635, Ryanair 232.
Ryanair 232, repeat correct.
Seven 6 3 5. Good. Cheers up. Okay. So, select temp of 41, TO2 D rate. Flaps are 5. No, I haven't done. Coming into Dublin, we'll do 28 left via the Dublin 4 Lima, and we'll transition at Pizza, however you're supposed to say that. There we go, 141, 141, 142. Why is that so different? That is a lot different. Is that because I've set the runway condition to wet? It's a hell of a sight different. 519. Yeah, we use GSX. If I change that to dry, will it? 141, 141, 144. Yeah. So how can I get this to take into account that it's wet? I don't know that I can. Anywho, let's get the APU started, shall we? You still feel dreadful? I wasn't aware you were feeling rough, Grumpy. You alright? Sorry if I missed that. Well, the rudders are okay for now. I mean, look. Yeah, I honestly don't know. It was weird. That whole thing was weird. To bring the EFB up in the centre, you got to click this little screw. And then it'll put it there for you. And then to put it back, click over here.
And Stansted ground, this is Tomjet 57 Whiskey, ready for taxi.
Tomjet 57 Whiskey, taxi, holding point Romeo 1 for runway 22 via Link, Bravo, Hotel and Romeo.
Taxi to Hotspot Romeo 1, runway 22 via Bravo Hotel Romeo for Tomjet 57 Whiskey.
4,000 feet. They got COVID. Oh no. Easy to forget that that's still out there, isn't it? Right, let's take power from the APU. Get those fuel pumps on. Get the damper on. Now, what am I flying at today?
36 Romeo, stand 23, ready, push and start.
And 36 Romeo, after the 2E737 has passed behind you from left to right, stand 23, push and start approved.
After the departing 2 jets from left to right pass behind, you just come up 36 Romeo cleared for push and start.
Fingers and toes crossed, Grumpy. Hopefully you'll shake it off nice and quick. Right, let's get GSX on the ball.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
You must be all grumpy if you know you don't want to sim. There are certain things that when I'm ill...
57 Whiskey, no further ATC, monitor Unicorn 122.8, have a good flight.
Unicorn, thanks for the service, Tomjet 57 Whiskey.
Yeah, if I'm ill, there are just certain things I'm just not interested in. Then you know you're ill.
Bypass pin inserted.
How was the holiday, Grumpy, though? Was it alright? My wife is in full-on searching for a holiday mode. Like, every night, we're going somewhere different. Where have we gone so far? First of all, it's going to be Tunisia. Then it was going to be Egypt. Then it was going to be Dubrovnik. Then it was going to be somewhere called Belek in Turkey, near Antalya, I think. No, Ankara. Then it was going to be Crete? No, Corfu. Then it was going to be Tenerife. So I've said, once you've decided where I'm going, just let me know.
Good morning, taxi stand 83 left via Juliet and Echo.
Juliet, Echo stand 83 left.
So yeah, I've got no idea where I'm going. My job on the holiday is to drive the car to the airport, get on the plane, and then turn into a complete diva, basically. Ground, Ryanair 232, stand 63 right, ready for push and start.
Ryanair 232, stand 63 right, push and start approved.
Push and start approved, Ryanair 232, thanks. Nose right, tail left.
Release parking brakes. Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Okay, AP bleed on. Lumpy bumpy here at Stansted, isn't it? Engine number 2. I'm sticking with the Logitechs for now. I will reassess when we get to Dublin. Oh, Clark, you missed everything. We didn't even make it to Stansted. We got a sim crash in the end. So I rebooted, started in Stansted, and we'll have another go.
Charlie, was that 214 you wanted?
214 or Alpha Niner, if that's possible.
Yes, Foxtrot 2 Charlie, taxi, stand 214 via...
No, I did not, Clark.
Juliet Foxtrot, stand 214. Ground Air 36 heavy, ready for taxi.
Good. Let's take power from the engines. Get the AC back on. Do the probe heat.
36 Romeo, taxi Echo, hold short, Juliet.
Taxi Echo Code Short Juliet, Air 36 Romeo.
Oh, correction there, not 36. Romeo taxi, holding point Romeo 1 for runway 22 via Bravo and Hotel.
Taxi holding point Romeo 1 for runway 22 via Bravo and Hotel. Air 36 Romeo.
Let's get rejected. Takeoff on. I do believe. Good to go. No worries, 707. Thanks for flying. Sorry I couldn't fly all the way with you. It was a bit sucky, but what are you going to do? Ground Ryanair 232 ready for taxi.
Ryanair 232, taxi holding point Sierra 1 for runway 22 via Juliet, Link Charlie and Sierra.
Taxi Sierra 1 for runway 22 via Juliet, Link Charlie and Sierra, Ryanair 232. So, down here onto Delta, Juliet, Link Charlie, and then straight down to Sierra 1.
And 36 Romeo, no further ATC, monitor Unicorn 122.8, have a good flight.
122.8, now Air 36 Romeo, please turn up by.
Ah. Didn't realise GSX was still doing stuff. That'd be why we couldn't move.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Hey, AK, how you doing? Right, where am I going? Left on Juliet. Pause data, airport, and traffic. Go on then. Pause data. Morning, Bobby. Been a very stressful day. Okay, next right, and then an immediate left, then right. We will check the rudder trim before we take off, of course. We had a crash, Bobby. Well, we had many things go wrong. It seemed I was getting continuous left rudder input into the sim, and I don't know why. I suspected it was my Moza rudder pedals, because they are the new thing in the cockpit. Swapped them out for my Logitechs and we had the same issue. Then before I could debug any further, the sim crashed. So I gave up and joined everyone here on the ground at Stansted. So we're going to see if we can get back to Dublin.
Ryanair 232, no further ATC, minus Unicom 122.8, have a good flight.
Over to Unicom, thanks for the help, Ryanair 232. I'll do that when I get to Sierra 1. I don't fancy doing that. Morning, Lee! Don't fancy doing that while we're on the turn. That might end badly for us. Right, I'm going to stop here for a mo. Two 2.8. That's fine. Let's jump up top. Do our lights, engines intercontinuous. We will go Tara. We'll start the clock. And we'll see if anything's coming. Doesn't look like there is. Where are you going? Stansted, you're quite a way out. I'll be alright. Stansted traffic, Ryanair 232, lining up, taking off runway 22, Nugbo 1, Romeo, Stansted. Trim is fine. Yeah, we found what it was in the end. We got rid of the trim, but there was a lot of weirdness going on. Right, can we get back to Dublin? What are we at now? 11:45. Should be fine. Turn and burn. Press that. Blimey, that was a few stutters there, wasn't it? That was not the stream. That was my graphics card. Rudder pedals are nice. Good. Gear up. There's the traffic, Ryanair 232 airborne out of runway 22, passing 1,500 Stansted. Get the flaps up. And we'll start that turn.
The traffic, Ryanair 7 Mr. Golf fully established, ILS 22, 8 miles, Stansted.
Oh, look at that weather, it's awful. Autopilot on. Going up to 320. Complaining at us about the air conditioning. Off-schedule descent? I don't think so. That's the traffic, Ryanair 232, climbing now, flight level 320, final call. Right. Fingers and toes crossed. Fingers and toes. Dublin is the cursed airport, you're quite right. But I'm feeling good now. It can't be any worse than what we've just had. We've had a rough old morning so far. It's not been good. Okay, sound of pressure. Lose the rejected takeoff. I would put my levers into the off position, but my hardware won't allow it for some weird reason. I'm working on it. Waiting on 10,000. You alright, Sean? Okay, we're due into Dublin at 12:42, which is 50 minutes. That's fine. Oh, Lee, we've had a right old day of it so far. So coming out of Dublin, I had a duplicate keybind that was setting the rudder trim really weirdly. Got rid of that. Thought we were free and clear. Then my rudder pedal started giving loads of left input, like constantly. Thought it was the Moza rudder pedals. Swapped them out for my old Logitechs. Feeling a little bit upset by the fact that maybe they weren't going to work out. Only for it to then be weird with the Logitechs plugged in.
So traffic EZ609 Echo taking off runway 25 Alpha 1.
Only for then the sim to crash. So it wasn't great. It wasn't great. So I rebooted, started again on the ground in Stansted, and we're doing leg number 2. Which reminds me, actually... Always does this. There's always some ridiculously far away waypoint when I fly to Dublin, that. Which obviously we're not going to do. So if I click it, it should go away. Weird. Well, I'll update it so that the title's right, but it's going to say we've got hours to go. Or at least it should do. What was that? I totally just heard a noise then, didn't I? What was it? I feel like I'm just freaking out at the moment. Just like any little thing, I feel like, oh, that's going to be it. Look, what are the flaps doing? Stop it! I'm not touching anything. What in the world? How's the 4080 handling it? Let's have a look. Keep in mind we're at 1440. We are not at 4K because 4K seems to bring it to its knees. Getting around about 50 FPS. Which is alright. That's alright. That's fine. I think that's less the plane and more my Moza throttles, to be honest. Just looking at the Moza cockpit software, it had like a value for like when the levers fall flaps up, the value is 6.5 or yeah 6.5535, and it was registering slightly lower. Then I moved it and moved it back, and then it went back up to the full. Yeah. So my conclusion is that the 4080 Super would be fine if I was at 1440p, but given that I want to play at 4K, not so fine. That's kind of what I've concluded. Maybe I just need to buy a 5090. Should we have a look? I'll do a Philip. I'll nip out for a 5090. Yeah, I'm going to swap back tonight. I'm not keeping the 4080 in there. The 4080 can go back in the inside PC, where it is more useful, in fairness, because I do a lot of video editing on it, and the whole like NVENC and codery stuff. It's kind of good for that. Right, how much is a 5090? Latest update. Due to previous weather conditions, a small number of deliveries have been impacted. Minor disruptions may continue today and into this week, however. Okay, good. Maybe Scan should sponsor me. Philip, nip over to Scan. See if you can get them to sponsor me. They're creeping up. They're creeping up, aren't they? Cheapest one, 2.5, nearly. The next cheapest one that's in stock is 2.5. Then we go to more. Even more, but then that's got an AIO built in. To be honest, I would never get an AIO GPU. I feel like that GPU's lifespan is as good as the AIO. I would never do that. I feel like you'd be asking for trouble. Oh boy, that's a lot of money, isn't it? That is a lot of money. Does look cool though, isn't it? 196 people viewed this in the last few hours. 11 people added it to their basket in the last 48 hours. Oh, peer pressure, I like it. Good tactics, Scan. That is a chonky boy, isn't it? That is a chonky boy. Look at it. $18.75. I mean, I had a little word with myself the other day. And I was like, if a 5090 Founders came up for MSRP, might not be the worst idea. Might not be the worst. How much? Your 5080's gone up. What are they now? Let's have a look. Just make sure the plane's still flying. Yes, it is. Oh, yeah. 1,039, the cheapest one for a paylet. What one did you get, Philip? Johanna's like, MSRP? What's that? So, yeah, good question. But if you get a Founders, they have to sell at MSRP. So Scan are the partner, aren't they? Scan are Nvidia's UK partner. So you won't see them if you go to the 5090 page. Like if you were to go Nvidia Gaming 5090, you will never see a full. As far as I know, it always used to be you would never see the Founders on this page here. This is all AIB models. However, go to Nvidia's website. Go to shop. Go to shop now. Yeah, obviously it's out of stock. $17.99. If that button ever turns green and goes to like buy now, if you click it, that'll take you to a landing page on Scan, where Scan have to sell it at $17.99, and they go like that. Asus Prime. All right, let's have a look. 5080 Asus Prime. Oh, it's gone, Philip. It's gone. Totally gone. Unless there's another Asus Prime that we've missed. Some refurbs. Call for price. God, they are going up, aren't they? God, you can spend $1,300 on a Tough. The Tough used to be like the bottom of the barrel, didn't it? Near enough. In the same way that like the Gigabyte Eagles, they were always like, you know, the cheap and cheerful ones. Gaming OC was always slightly better. Do they do the Eagle still? Windforce, that's the new. I think Windforce is either taking the place of Eagle or slightly below Eagle. I don't know. I mean, what are you paying for really at that point? I don't know. Absolutely wild. What do I think of Australia? Looks cool. Never been there. Probably wouldn't love the spiders and the snakes, if I'm being totally honest with you. What's 5070 Ti? 720. Yikes. They ain't cheap, are they? They're creeping up. Should we have a look at RAM? Wow. Yep, there's mine. 900 quid. Oh, AI, what have you done to us? 900 quid. Northro, thank you. The side sticks from FS Projects, but keep in mind that you still need an actual joystick base to attach it to. So I've got a Moza AB9. .707 says Australia's great. The spiders would legitimately worry me. If I was there on a daily basis, the thought of bumping into a hideous spider would be always on my mind, I think. They're overhyped. You think? Trying to think what I paid for mine now. I'm going to look it up. Wow. Fair enough. Mine was second-hand from CEX. I've just looked at my old invoice. And it was £170. Flippin' heck. That is wild. Yes, we made it to 30k, Stefan. Thank you. 100k next. 30% of the way there. Does AMD have any GPU that can match the 5090? No. Which is why Nvidia can pretty much charge what they want. Because if you want that level of performance, the only way to get it is to pay them. Oh yeah, the RGB one is a bit more. But then RGB does make your PC faster, doesn't it? So it's definitely worth getting it. There's no denying it. Right. There's Ryan. There's me. Both of us desperately trying to get a flight in. Yeah, Marcus, really, 7900 XTX and or the 9070 would be AMD's top draw stuff, because, well, 7900 XTX is the only way to get 24 gigs of VRAM. That's why I went for it, for me. And 9070 if you want things like FSR4 and stuff. Like, people, did I just see a Ryanair Concorde? What? Surely not. Where did you see that? No, that's British Airways. Wow. Do you know how to fix the WASM bug in the A350? It's not really a singular bug, it's just like an ongoing problem for the simulator. Not really the A350. I mean, the A350's obviously had a lot of trouble with it. But then so has the PMDGs, so has other planes. I think really the change needs to come from within when it comes to the sim, really. But yeah, Marcus, some people, when I got the 7900 XTX, they questioned, like, they came into the chat and said, like, why did you get the 7900 XTX when the 9070's just come out and it's the newer card, therefore it's better? It's like, well, not necessarily, no, it's not. The reason why I changed was because my 4080 Super only had 16 gigs of RAM, and we're having VRAM problems. So why would I then change to another 16 gig card? And trying to get... There was a couple that came into the chat that day. I titled the stream like testing my AMD 7900 XTX, and I think like the stream title obviously triggered the algorithm to show it to a load of like AMD bros. Oh my god. I was warned about them, I gotta be honest. Like, there are a few tech tubers that I listen to, they do like their main channel, then they'll do like a podcast on the side where it's like behind the scenes, and they're like, oh my goodness, like they they're crazy. Like, you say anything bad about AMD and they're coming for you, and you know, they can't be reasoned with. It's just crazy. And sure enough, yeah, a couple of them turned up that day. Didn't matter how many times I said it, it's like 16 gigs of RAM is not enough for me. Why would I get a 16 gig card? Oh, you should have got it, should have got it. It's like, why? Tell me why. For FSR4, I don't care about FSR4. Well, you should have got it anyway. It's like, oh, right, okay. Conversation over. Hopefully, I mean, there was rumour, wasn't there, of like a 32 gig 9070 XTX, for example. But that never happened. Who knows? I mean, we're not going to see anything from Nvidia for a while now, are we? The trouble is, like we're saying about all this extra VRAM from AMD, but it's like there is also a VRAM shortage going on as well, in the same way there's a DRAM shortage. So I kind of feel like hoping that AMD might save us, I think might be a little bit naive. Yeah, Joanna, this doesn't make a lot of sense to me either. Like, yeah, companies are not your friends. Let's be absolutely clear about that. Like, we've seen it time and time and time again. Like, you think a company's your friend, and then sooner or later they turn out not to be. It's like, rather than Team AMD or Team Intel or Team Nvidia, I am Team Wallet, Team Bank Account, Team me, basically. And it's great if a company makes a product you like. It's fine to really love the product, but I would be very, very careful about loving the company that made it.
Dublin traffic clear 36, we're going to be getting descent now, flight level 180, level Ablin, 4 Lima or Azul, expecting aisle section 8, Dublin traffic.
Oh, hello. What was that? There's a 4080 struggling. $9080 XT is fully rumoured. Is there a rumoured release date, or... I mean, really, if they were going to show it off, last week would have been the time, surely. I think at this point we can kiss goodbye to our NVIDIA Super Series. Okay, let's get 150 in the window, then when we reach top of descent, we will be all good. Yeah, I kind of feel like for the next year, or through this year, just batten down the hatches, really look after all your gear, and maybe in 12 months' time we can have a conversation about what's happening next. But I feel like the next 12 months could be pretty damn rough. Could be very rough indeed. Because I was hearing that the Super Series might be delayed until like Q3, Q4 26. And it's like, well, surely Q1 27 will be 2 years since we've had 50 series. So does that imply then that we're going to go on a 3-year, onto like a 3-year cadence for new GPUs? Super after 2 years, 60 series after 3. Maybe. Maybe. Or, like 707 said, if the AI bubble crashes, or pops, or whatever, that could maybe change things for us a little bit. I don't know that it's going to, though. Maybe if, like, the VC money dries up, but sure it took them about 3 years to do the Super Series. I don't think it did, no. So I got the 30 series was announced in 2020, wasn't it? Late August 2020, and it took me until February, March 21 to get a 3070. That's how bad the shortages were during COVID and all the rest of it. Then 40 series was in 2022, I believe. August, September. Then 50 series was January 25. Because it went like 2.25 years. Because everyone was like in sort of August, September being like, why isn't Nvidia doing a keynote to announce 50 series? And then it was like rumoured to be January time. And sure enough it was. So we're now 1 year on from that, which would typically be when you'd get the super refresh if they're going to do one. And the super refresh doesn't really add much more in terms of performance, but what it does do is it kind of resets the value proposition in terms of VRAM and price. For example, if they kept the 5080 at the same price but then made it with 24 gigs of RAM, I'd be like, sweet, maybe I'll get a 5080 Super. Whereas right now, absolutely no way I'm getting a 5080. I mean, had they done the original 5080 with 24 gigs, I might have jumped. But as it stands right now... Hey, David! As it stands right now, there's literally no point. And the 90 series is just too much money. Where are we flying to? We're off to Dublin. Hopefully. Where am I? I'm still over Wales, aren't I? Yeah, it's rough out there. I would not want to be building a PC right now. Sinva direct Latmo. It feels like ever since like 2020, it's not been good. it's not been good, has it? Not really. Like, first of all, there was COVID, and there was the chip shortage, followed by Bitcoin mining. Who remembers that? Like, there was all those rumours and, like, pictures that would appear on Reddit of, like, pallets and pallets and pallets of, like, 3080s, 3090s just being shipped directly to some warehouse that was like a mining facility, not even getting close to a retail shelf. Dublin traffic, Ryanair 232, flight level 320, descending now via the Ablin for Lima. After Sivna, we are going to go direct lap mode, Dublin traffic. Yeah, I remember like everyone saying, yeah, but once Ethereum goes proof of stake, then that you'll be able to get a GPU. And then you started hearing all this like AI, and it's like, really? And then, yeah, and here we are. Is it still profitable then, Grumpy, doing Bitcoin mining on GPUs, or do you have to use ASICs now? I've got to be honest, I'm very, like, not aware of how any of it works. Hey Alf, how's it going? Yeah, that's a good point, Marcus, yeah. GPUs, no. Bitcoin mining on ASICs and finding cheap electricity is the key to profit. Yeah. So do you have to rely on solar and stuff like that, or? Because there's only a finite number of bitcoins, isn't there? So once the final... So how far away are we, do we think, from the final bitcoin being mined? And then there is just the maximum amount in circulation. Because after that point, surely mining goes away, right? Or does it? Because someone still needs to verify the network. So does it then go to proof of stake rather than proof of work? Fair enough, Grumpy. Long way off of BTT stopping. I must admit, I do love the idea of proof of stake. I think that's a brilliant idea. Because then you can just have like, you know, you could just go down, you could pop into Curry's and buy a laptop for like $399 and just have it sat there verifying transactions on the Bitcoin network. If you're willing to stake your Bitcoin to do it. $21 million cap, 19.6 mined so far. But so I know that sounds like, oh, we must be nearly there then. But I'm guessing the rate at which they are mined because of the difficulty of the algorithm increasing would actually extend that timeline out quite a lot. Would that be fair to say? I mean, I've got no interest in Bitcoin, like no financial interest. I don't have a Bitcoin. I don't have anything like that. Completely missed the boat. I remember this clear as day. I was sat with an old colleague at my old web dev job just before I left it, and Bitcoin was, I think it was maybe £1,000. £1,000 for a Bitcoin, and I said, who the hell would pay £1,000 for something like that? Look at it now. So yeah, don't listen to me. 2140. Yeah, we'll be alright for a minute then, won't we? I saw on BBC News actually that HMRC are getting a bit like, where's our tax money then for all of this Bitcoin that people have made? To the point where all of the exchanges have to like basically directly report to HMRC. HMRC will then send out letters and basically be like, you owe us this much. And if like years have gone by where you haven't done any taxes for Bitcoin because maybe you just didn't have a clue, they're going to be like, it's fine, you've got a period of time to make it right. It's weird though, because if you imagine, if you bought one Bitcoin at 10 grand and you bought another Bitcoin at 20 grand and you sold a Bitcoin for 40 grand, which Bitcoin do you say that you've sold for taxation purposes? Have you made 30k profit or 20k profit? HMRC, tax people in the UK. Okay, down we go, 7,000 feet. In Australia, you pay based on the first in and first out. Oh. First in, first out. So what does that mean? So the first one you buy versus the first one you sell, those are the pairing for the tax burden. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, Ryan, I've never understood that about the US. That's crazy. Surely if they know how much you owe, they can just tell you. Where else am I live? YouTube, Twitch. Yeah, if the IRS know that you owe them $1,000, can't they just send you a letter and saying, please pay $1,000, rather than making you calculate, being like, I think it's 1,000? And then they're like, oh no, it's actually 1,100, sorry, you lose. Like, what's that all about? So you buy one at 10,000, one at 20,000, then you sell one of them. It's deemed you sold the first one that you paid 10,000 for. Okay. But then if you sold a fraction of one, you're still selling a fraction of the first one? God, it gets confusing, doesn't it? You could see how the tax authorities could just also not get it. Like, be like, oh, I don't know, it's too much work. Forget it. 8 bitcoins a year. Wow. So Ryan, in America, if you just work for... If you just go and work for a company, just work a regular old job, a jobby job, do you still have to file taxes yourself? Because here in the UK, like if you just go and work for a company, you have what's called PAYE, pay as you earn. So every month, that company works out your wages, they work out the tax, they withhold it, and they give it directly to the tax authorities, and you never have to do a thing. You just take your wage slip and run home. Wow, that's crazy. Again, it's like reason number 4,798 to just get an accountant, isn't it? Just pay him. They hold it. They can hold it for you, but you still need to file. Really? So really, here in the UK, you only need to do a tax return if you're doing anything sort of entrepreneurial. Like, for me, starting this channel, it's like, I'm going to have to start doing tax returns, aren't I? That was like a consideration for me. It's like, I'm going to have to get good at doing that and figure out how to do it and keep records and blah, 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 blah. Like, what's the in-flight movie today? Me. How you doing, Dom? Okay, Sivna is coming up.
Channel 36 from you, reducing speed now 200 knots, Dublin traffic.
Was that 200 knots? Not 36 Romeo, was that 200 knots you're slowing to?
Hey, from this.
Roger, thanks. Don't work. Yeah, there you go. There's the answer. Don't work. Might start doing that, actually. I mean, you could argue that doing this is borderline that anyway. Dublin traffic, Ryanair 232 going direct Lapmo. Quick check for other traffic. Someone behind us coming in from Gatwick. Box 451, now off the Frankfurt. Don't think there's anyone else we need to worry about, especially. Get rid of this a minute. Yeah, that's fine. We're good. We are good. Yeah, as Grumpy says, not great. We're at 1440p at the moment.
Dublin traffic, air 36 Romeo, reducing speed now 19 knots until established. On the Isles runway 28 left.
This is about right.
About 2 miles before we turn final. Dublin traffic.
No, Dom, I paid for it. Okay, let's landing en route 1003. Do auto brakes 3.
Turning final now, Isles approach runway 28 left, reducing speed now 16 knots until 4 mile final. Dublin traffic.
One 11135. And the course is 278. Okay, I'm going to slow to 180 knots. Ryan is about 10 miles out, but I don't want to... The remaining time is heavily messed up, yeah, because it thinks there's a waypoint down near Africa that we're going to when we're not. Stefan, in case of an auto land, I'd enable both autopilots. Practically speaking, we only probably need to do our side, but can't hurt. Is my point of view. Okay, good. Ryan's on the approach. And there's a nice bit of distance between us. That's good.
Dublin traffic, air 36 from you now, 5 mile final. Isles approach runway 28 left. Dublin traffic.
Go around altitude 3000, we can leave that where it is.
Dublin traffic, air 36 from you now, short final. Isles approach runway 28 left, reducing final approach speed now 133 knots. Final call, Dublin traffic.
Minimums is set. Do a flaps 30 arrival. Right, what I might do then is get down to my final approach speed, because Ryan is less than... I think Ryan will be okay. Ryan's almost down. Shed's nice and toasty today, Lee, because we've got the heater on. Live weather was on. This has gone off again. Yeah, it is on. How realistic that is, I don't know. Dublin traffic, Ryanair 232 established on the ILS 428 left, 9 miles to run. Yeah, I'm not sure live weather's particularly behaving today. The weather's live though, at the very least. Like the wind. The wind does appear to be... Get that gear down. Dublin traffic, Ryanair 232 slowing to final approach speed of 149 knots, 5 miles to run, 28 left.
Dublin traffic, 1036 Romeo, now baggage from the 28 left. Dublin traffic.
Okay, so weirdly, it looks like we're a bit too far to the left, to the right even. But then we do have a bit of a crab. So I think we'll trust it. Okay, gear down 3 greens, flaps 30, lights are on, engines are in continuous go around, altitude is set, auto brakes 3 is set. Let's land, shall we? Feels a little bit like we're too far to the right. It really does. Even with the crab. Does it look weird to you as well? Looks a mile off to me.
Approaching minimums. Minimums.
Continue.
50. 30. 20. 10.
And we are down. Get those auto brakes off. And we'll jump off here. That was alright. You're all saying very nice. I feel like I went a little bit floaty. I'll take it though. That'll do.
Dublin traffic, you're not 36 Romeo, taxiing now, stand 406 via Sierra, cross runway 34 and Bravo and Echo. Dublin traffic.
Dublin traffic, Ryanair 232, 28 left vacated. Right. Where am I going to go? It'd be nice to go back where I started earlier, actually. Dublin traffic, Ryanair 232, taxiing to stand 124 via Sierra, Whiskey 1, Hotel 1, Cross Link 4, then Apron 2. We're doing another leg. Yeah, we're going to Dublin. I'm on my way to... not Dublin. Edinburgh is what I meant to say. You're not the one coming in from Gatwick behind us, are you? Okay, APU is firing. Happy days. Let's go. That was an okay landing. It was smooth, but...
Dublin traffic, you're not 36 Romeo, crossing right now, runway 34. Dublin traffic.
I do feel like I dipped below our VRAF, which I'm not happy about. Right. Third left.
Dublin traffic, you're not 36 Romeo, now clear of all runways.
Now. 2-4. Sierra. Whiskey 2. Next, we want Whiskey 1.
Dublin traffic, Ryanair S7 Dolphin, final runway 28 right.
You think, Grumpy? Ryan's getting down there out the way. He's like, I'm not going back to the way I was earlier. That was a bit tight, wasn't it, earlier? Okay, Whiskey 1 up here. We'll take the high-speed exit from Sierra. No one coming in, is there? Dublin traffic, Ryanair 232, crossing runway 1634 at Whiskey 1 for Hotel 1. Link 4, I know, Grumpy. I'm taking a risk here, aren't I? I'm basically doing what I should have done. on that video. Did you see that poll? You guys talking about wind... I almost said wind control. Do you see Gav's poll that he put out on YouTube community post? I thought that was very interesting. Funny, Grumpy, I remember it like it was yesterday. Can't think why. Yeah, I should have gone straight over here, whereas I went down there. This is where it all went wrong for me. The poll was, what hardware, like Airbus hardware, I think, manufacturers are you thinking about, excited for, whatever, what are you using? And the options were like wing control, wing flex, mini cockpit. Is that someone landing on 28 right? Thank you, Toby. I think the other one was Rosefire, and like the results were ridiculously high in favour of wing control. It's like they've got such a mind share. Now I'm hoping we get a 10 from New Sky. That'd be really nice. That would be lovely if we got that. My only issue with wind control is like, they say, oh, we're making this, and then it's ages until you can A, actually, until they release it, and then B, until you can actually buy it. That'd be my only criticism. Stop. There we go.
Dublin traffic, Ryanair at 7 Golf, located runway to this right.
Okay. Engines off. Close the flight. See what they made of it. Hey, you were right, Grumpy. Great touchdown. 230 feet per minute, normal conditions. Little bit on the late side. It did feel like we were floating a little bit, but we were within the accepted range. The upper end of it, I'll grant you. Oh, well done, Toby. Well done for doing your first VATS in flight. It'll get easier, I promise. Not immediately, but it will get easier. Right, book a flight. Is there a scheduled flight I can do, actually, from here up to Eddie? Yeah, but there's only an A320 for me to do it in. Alright, fine. Fine. You win. Free flight it is. Ryanair 233 will be today. Dublin. Edinburgh. We say if we get gone for 10 past 1? Should be just the right amount of time. Yeah, alright, Grumpy, I'll get a Ryanair livery as well, shall I?
Copy traffic, Shamrock 77 Charlie, pushing back, stand 403 left, Dublin traffic.
Now, can we expect anything once we get to Eddie? Is there anyone online? Zilch. That's alright. That suits me. Quite busy here at Dublin. Now look at all the people on the ground. Going all over that. That's cool. Right, I could really do with a ground power unit. Connecting. Come on. Connected. Good. We're now on power. We can turn that off. Yeah, that'll do it for sure. Let's edit this. So we're cheating. Well, we sort of are. We sort of aren't. Depends on your point of view. I'm going to take a little bit of extra fuel. I'm going to put another 30 minutes in. That'll be alright. What's the plan? Out of 2-8, right, arriving 2-4. Lovely. That will do nicely. Let's pre-file that on VATSIM. Is New Sky sort of like VATSIM? Never heard of it. No, what it is, it's a platform that we run the virtual airline from. So let's say you wanted to fly for us, fly for air not on VATSIM, or just not on VATSIM. You can do it offline if you want. You get yourself a New Sky account. This is New Sky. Then you would see this page here. You have to do one flight with the New Sky Academy, which is like a way for you to train. Then these are all the different airlines that are hosted on New Sky. And we're not doing bad, actually. So, I mean, that one's really active, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, there's Alpaca, 4, 5, 6, Osprey's number 7, we're number 8, which I'm really pleased with. That's really good for us. It's good going. That's good going. So yeah, you can join loads of different, I mean, look at them. Like, it goes on and on and on and on and on. Yeah, super pleased that we're in the top 10. It's very cool. So now we can go into the EFB and bring in our new flight. There we go. Dublin to Eddie. So now we can go to the route page, flight plan request. Set our payload, set our fuel, no mucking around waiting for GSX. Oh, that would be quite cool, wouldn't it? If I was to get GSX to board us now, would it just do it? It would still do it. It would like do all the animations to like be like, we're loading you, even though obviously the plane is technically, from a numbers point of view, loaded. Ain't no way I'm making a tiller. I wouldn't have the time. Time is my most valuable commodity, it turns out, at the moment. And if I can chuck somebody some money to make me a product rather than me have to waste hours and hours and hours and hours and hours into it, I will 100% do that right now. $100%. My time is worth more to me right now. Because I ain't got much of it. Right, N1 limit. Be nice if this was at more of an angle. But I get why it's where it is. 28 right. Import from aircraft. Flaps 5, TO2 derate, select temp of 47, but I'm not going to do that yet, am I? Because I haven't done my departure runway. Rotev 3 Juliet is where we're going. Let me guess. Oh no, I thought it was going to be the Impit 1 Echo, but it's not, it's the Tunso 1 Echo. ILS 24, Tunso 1 Echo. We'll just go direct to final. Okay, select temp 47.
Dublin traffic, Shamrock 77 Charlie, taxi runway 28 right, Dublin traffic.
It's looking good. Trim 517. Oops, bring that back a bit. Good. There's an air not next to me. Who's that? Oh, it's Ryan. Ryan, you've switched to a more appropriately sized aircraft. Good for you. Guys, I need to pop in and let the dog out and use the facilities. I'll be back in a minute and then we'll get over to Eddie.
Cruising out, flight level 230. Air 36 Romeo radio check. 5. Thank you.
Right, I'm back. Shall we go to Eddie? Shall we? Shall we? Okay. Some APU would be good, wouldn't it? What are we cruising at today? 230, is that it? I suppose it's not all that far, is it? .230 is, and into Eddie, runway height is 100 feet. That's good. Join along, Toby. I'm at stand 124. Ryan is next door in an Air Not livery, 125, I think, and there's another Ryanair in 123. London controls on. But that would appear to be it. Yeah. See, we'd have had that coming out of Stansted if we waited a bit. Never mind. What are you going to do? Nice and busy over Copenhagen. And into Germany, northern Germany. Good stuff. Oh, Cork's got tower on. Take that power from the APU. Let's get rid of the chocks, which will in turn get rid of our ground power unit. V2 was 141. Put that in there. We'll do 308 again.
36 Romeo, stand 125, push and start on to apron 1. Dublin traffic.
Stay below 9,000 to begin with, then we'll go up to 230. Can do that. Jick. Right, GSX.
Dublin traffic, Shamrock 77 Charlie.
Are you willing?
Dublin traffic.
GSX.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Brilliant.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Brr, I'm cold. Got proper shivers now. Is there anyone behind me? Oh, I don't like the way the sim behaves in the browser with the 4080. It's very, very slow to respond. I'm fairly certain that's because of the VRAM issue. Is that someone else landing on 28 right? Or are they taking off? Yeah, they're taking off, aren't they? Nose left, tail right. Dublin traffic, Ryanair 233 pushing back from stand 124 facing west on apron 1.
Caution, we are pushing here, not 36 from you.
Oh, so you are. Ryanair 233, we will hold position. Sorry, Ryan.
Dublin traffic, can I get radio check, please? Fine. Thank you.
So driving Shamrock 168, we're pushing off 400 left to Greece Point November.
We'll wait for Ryan to finish his push and then see if we can get in there.
Dublin traffic, Shamrock 138, pushing back stand 408, Charlie 7.
Oh, it does, doesn't it? Yeah, this is that super big waypoint all the way down near India. You alright, Cheddar? Air not 36 Romeo, Ryanair 232.
Go ahead.
Do you mind if we push and squeeze in front of you?
That should be fine for Air not 36 from you.
Roger. In that case, Ryanair 233 pushing back from 124.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Okay, what I'd like to do is just keep an eye on where we're going and stop the pushback if it looks like we're going to smash into poor old Ryan back there. I'm going to start the engines once we get pushed. That'll do. Close enough.
Dublin traffic, IBDA 181, taxiing to the south apron via Sierra Alpha, crossing runway 34, Dublin traffic.
Please set parking brakes.
It is 28, right, yeah. Well, that's where we're going. I do have Navigraph, yep. How you doing, Adam? What do we need to do? Start new sky. Bang on time as well. 1:10. That's when I told New Sky would be going.
Unlocking gear.
Taxi light on.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear, right is clear.
Dublin traffic, Shamrock 168, we're taxiing Volume 2, Foxtrot, November 2, holding point 28, right Dublin.
Bye. They're waving at us, look. Bless them. Right. Projected takeoff set. We've somehow managed to put ourselves into flaps 10. We don't want that. We want flaps 5. Taxi lights are on. Let's go. Dublin traffic, Ryanair 233, taxiing to 28 right, holding point 01 via Apron 1, Foxtrot Outer and November, Dublin traffic. Take power from the engines.
13 Juliet, taxi holding point November 1, runway 2 right, via Tango, Foxtrot out in November and November 1 holding short 2 right, Dublin.
Man, Dublin traffic, Channel 36 Romeo will follow the departing Ryanair 737. Front taxi holding point November 1 for runway 2 right. Via Apron 1, Foxtrot Outer and November, Dublin traffic.
Study traffic, Ryanair 32, Uniform Victor, pushing back, stand 108 onto taxiway Alpha.
Okay, second right onto Foxtrot Alpha. Foxtrot Alpha? Foxtrot Outer. Can't speak. Such a good streamer. Are you being facetious, Grumpy, or is it actually nice weather? Yeah, I think when the stream ends, I'm going to put the 7900 XTX back in the Sim PC. It's good, actually. It's good to swap back to the 4080 because it does nag at you sometimes in the back of your mind. You sort of think, did I do the right thing getting an AMD card? Should I have stuck with it with the Nvidia card or this, that and the other? And it's like, well...
Dublin traffic, Ryanair 62, Charlie pushing back to stand 123.
For simming, and simming alone, I would say the 7900 XTX is my preferred card. It's when you go to play Call of Duty and you go to play this and you go to play that, that's when I think an Nvidia card would be better. And if you are a broader gamer beyond just simming, maybe keep that in mind. Like the amount of crashes I've had in Call of Duty with the AMD card, I've lost count. I do, Grumpy, yeah, I go into safe mode and everything and do it all proper. No half measures here at Air Not HQ. Oh my word. I've only gone and done it already. I thought I put my anti-collision light on, but obviously I didn't. Oh, Rob, you've missed it. We've had a hell of a morning. We've had constant rudder input when no rudder pedal was being pressed. I thought it was my new rudder pedals at fault. I swapped out for my old ones. They did the same thing. Then after all that, the sim crashed. Yes, Grumpy, it may well have been. I could have sworn I clicked it. Obviously not. Need to get me an overhead panel. Skill issues, yeah. What are my PC specs? 9800X3D. At the moment, we've got a 4080 Super in, but that'll be changing tonight. The 7900X TX is going back in. No return to the gate, unfortunately. Not with Ryanair. You can forget it.
LA traffic, Ryanair 232, uniform Victor with taxi via Charlie, Kilo, November 1, holding point 28 right. Forgive way for the traffic on November.
Hey, Nemeth. Chris, how you doing? Welcome. Okay. Is there anyone coming?
Dublin traffic, apologies to the Ryanair behind me, I'm just waiting for GSF to hurry up and then we will get going.
No problem.
Dublin traffic, Ryanair 233 lining up, taking off runway 28 right on the Rotev 3 Juliet, Dublin.
Dublin traffic, aeronaut 36 Romeo, behind the party. Ryanair 737, lining up runway 28 right, November 1 behind. Dublin traffic.
Dublin traffic, Ryanair 336, taxiing to runway 28 right by link 5, November 1, hold short, Dublin traffic.
Not this week, Rob, no. Believe it or not, I've got the old Logitech rudder pedals back in for the moment. Just because I initially doubted the Mozas earlier, but I don't think it was them. There was something seriously bugged. And I don't know what it was, quite honestly. Oh my god, I've stopped. Why did I stop? Still not convinced this is live weather, but maybe it is. Okay, turn and burn. Oh my god. Come on, go. Thank you. No, auto throttle arm, that's what it was. Gear up. See you, Dublin. Dublin traffic, Ryanair 233 airborne out of 28 right, passing 2000 Dublin traffic.
Dublin traffic, Air 36 Romeo taking off now, runway 28 right, route 3 Juliet departure. Dublin traffic.
Dublin traffic, Shamrock 168, lining up runway taking 28 right, full length.
Right, chat. I am just going to ignore you briefly while I hand fly. Get that nose down for the acceleration. There we go. Lovely.
Dublin traffic, Air 36 Romeo, airborne passing 1700, climbing unrestricted climb now, level 250. Final call Dublin traffic.
Dublin traffic, Shamrock 168, departing to 8 right on the Anzac 3 Juliet departure.
Dublin traffic, Shamrock 13 Juliet, lining up and heading to it right.
$8,000 feet. Yeah, the default airports are not it, are they? I feel like sometimes you can get away with them. Like, if it's a simple-ish little airport, like maybe it's a, I don't know, a little island somewhere with a single, like Rhodes, for example. Something relatively simple. Dublin traffic, Ryanair 233, climbing now, flight level 230, final call, Dublin traffic. You know, a runway and a taxiway that runs alongside it and a little turn off into a little parking area, fine. But if you try to go to a big one, it's... yeah, I don't think it's going to work out for you somehow. There's a lot of really good freeware though, so you know you don't necessarily have to spend big bucks on big scenery. I think a lot of people feel like you have to, and there's definitely a portion of the internet that likes to shame you if you don't. Like in the early days of this channel, I never had any. People used to whinge like anything. 5-5.
Dublin traffic, Shamrock 168, we're now airborne passing 2,500 feet in the right turn, direct to Anzac, final call Dublin.
Okay, 1 3 Juliet taking off, straight right, heading 2 Juliet.
Dublin traffic, Ryanair 32 Uniform Victor, line up and away to runway 28 right.
The thing is, when I was not flying on VATSIM, and I wasn't flying with others, it was literally me on my own going from point A to point B. I saw no point whatsoever, really, in paying for scenery. Because all I would do is I would land and I would just taxi wherever the heck I wanted, find any old gate and stop. And I was like, why would I pay all that money just to have a slightly different looking terminal? I don't really care that much. I care about the planes and how they handle and how they fly, and the system's depth. I couldn't quite get my head around scenery. It felt really weird to me. It wasn't until I went onto VATSIM that it made sense, because then you end up in a position where a controller says taxi via here, there, like Alpha Bravo, Sierra, Juliet 1, hold short, link 5. And all of a sudden it can fall apart if you've got default scenery. That's where the problem is. And you could end up taxiing somewhere where your default scenery says there's a taxiway, where according to your controller, who's looking at like proper charts, proper scenery, might be like, well, there's no taxiway there, and you're taxiing through the grass on my end. It can cause problems. So in an ideal world, I always like to have something if I'm going to fly into somewhere on VATSIM, unless I've already done a bit of a recce and I know that I can get away with it. Like roads. Roads was a good example. Very simple runway. In fact, let's find it. I'll show you. Where's roads? Where are you? Down here, aren't you? Rhodos, I should say. Like, literally, that's it. You know? Not entirely convinced I need to spend 20 quid on a piece of scenery for that. Mark, how you doing? Whereas Athens, to compare and contrast, where's Athens? It's over here somewhere, isn't it? That, to me, looks like that could do with some scenery. Do you see what I mean? So I try and take a I don't know, reasonable view, a pragmatic view. Like, I can't go around buying scenery for everything. Like, it's too much money. But your Gatwicks, your Heathrows, your Dublins, your Manchesters, those kind of places, do you know what I mean? If you're in and out of there a lot, on VATSIM in particular, then yeah, probably makes sense to have a bit of scenery, and you'll get the value out of it, because every time you're there, you'll enjoy it, it'll be better. But I will quite happily take something off of flightsim.to if it just fixes taxiways and gates and aprons. That's fine. Absolutely fine. Like, I really admire what scenery devs do, but I do think a lot of the time we're paying for crap we don't need. Like with all the interiors and the check-in desks and, oh no, like, no thanks. Like, it's impressive, like, it is impressive. But is it necessary? Probably not. Unless you're like a cinematic YouTube channel, where like I want to do like cinematic intros of me walking through the entrance to Edinburgh Airport. I don't really see the value. And it kills your FPS. Like, if there's a switch to turn off interiors, I would normally always turn that off. Except for any interior you can see through a window airside. I see the value of interiors then. Because it's really nice pulling up to a gate. You can see through the window, you can see a coffee shop, you can see a Burger King, you can see a McDonald's or a Costa Coffee or Starbucks, whatever it is. Do you know what I mean? Oh, hello. But yeah, like doing every last little bit inside that I will never see. I don't really get that. I would much rather the developer didn't do that and charged us less. Or started to develop more of the approach paths. You imagine, like, if you were to look out the window on the approach into Eddy, anything that you see out the window, once you are below, say, 1,000 feet, maybe if they took a bit of an interest in that, if there was like a random house plonked in the middle of the field that the AI generated and put there, maybe clean that up. Maybe clean up the road network a bit surrounding the airport. I don't know. I would much rather they did that than gave us check-in desks that I'm never going to go and look at. I don't know. That's just me. And I'm wrong a lot, so maybe don't listen to me. Come on, Eddie. Anyone online? No. Oh, the Nat tracks are on. Look at that. Across the pond, anybody? 30k sub long haul? I'll text my wife, tell her I won't be in for dinner. EGNX was needed for me. Yeah, so again, that adds the value, doesn't it? You can sort of understand that. Like, East Midlands is a great airport. Baltimore. Oh god, I don't think so, Ryan. I haven't got time for that. I sort of feel like, for me personally, $12.99 is my limit. Anything above $12.99, I start to feel a little bit like, oh, that's quite a lot, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Like, I picked up Gatwick for 12 from Mini Builds, and I feel like that was okay. People were like, was it worth it over the free one? And it's like, well, I don't feel bad having spent 12 quid, because it is a little bit nicer in places, but honestly, it's not that different, to be honest. But for 12 quid, it's fine. Had I paid 22 or whatever it is, I'd have been like, Do you know what I mean? But there's a lot of good free alternatives as well. Like, Hamburg, there's a really great version of Hamburg. Amsterdam that comes with the sim is really nice. Frankfurt and Munich, I believe, are done quite nicely. Cork is great. Stansted is now great. Cardiff is now great. What was that world thingy? What was it called? That thing where, like, the community can, like, submit fixes to the world, and then if enough people vote, it gets made the real thing. Do you know what I mean? What's that called? I don't know whatever happened to that. Because that was supposed to be a thing, wasn't it? 18 miles to top of descent. Darn. Nearly there. I'm going to put 7,000 in, that'll get us down to Tartan. You're looking for an alternative to any Heathrow? Why is that, Ryan? Do you not like it? I thought Heathrow was generally considered to be quite good. Maybe we can do like another knowledge base in the Discord, but we'll just call it scenery recommendations or something like that. And then each little ticket, if you like, or, you know, knowledge item can be for a single airport, and then we can include recommendations free and or paid. That might not be a bad shout. Then it's searchable and people can, it can evolve over time. See, I'm going to get a lot of hate for this probably, but I don't think the $30 upgrade fee was that bad. Like, I would have paid $30 to Phoenix had they charged it, and I wouldn't have felt bad about it. I feel like I'm going to get $30 worth of value out of it. Easily. Easily. So, I don't necessarily feel too bad about that. I just feel like really the messaging was all a bit off. Like, they shouldn't have said the whole coffee thing. That was not ideal, was it? You know, cheers, Bumper. I feel like had they not said, oh, it would be the price of a couple of cups of coffee, and just came out and it was 30, I think everyone would have been like, yeah, okay, fine. But because people had already had like 10 in their head or whatever, like coffee here where I'm from, I could go and get a coffee for like £3. So I was thinking, what, £6? Like, depends where you're from, I suppose, but Edinburgh traffic, Ryanair 233 descending now for 7,000 at Tartan on the Tunso 1 Echo 54. Yeah, they really shouldn't have said the 2 coffee thing. Like that was a misstep for sure. I mean, I don't really feel dissatisfied in any way with it, as it is. I feel like $30 was $30, probably well spent. Would I have preferred it to be cheaper? Yeah, of course I would. I still can't believe Phoenix came out at $0. Like, how on earth do they do that? How on earth do they do that? Like... Again, Phoenix could have been like, we're going to need 30 quid for $30 for the BFU. I'd have been like, take my damn money. Like, thank you. Totally worth it. It's all about anchorage, isn't it? It's like that hotel in New York. They do a... Oh, what is it? Is it like a breakfast? You can buy a breakfast in there for $1,000. Like, who's really going to pay $1,000 for a plate of breakfast? Nobody. But then they do like a mini breakfast for $100, and people pay it because they feel like they're getting a taste of this like super high-end stuff, and it's way cheaper than the other one that's $1,000 that no one's buying. But the fact it is there at $1,000 makes 100 seem alright. So it depends on where you start from. Like the people that designed the pricing ladders at Apple, honestly, are just genius. You ever notice that if you like go to spec out a MacBook and you think, oh, I'll just add a little bit more RAM, or just add a little bit more this, and then before you know it, you're like up to the next base model. So then you start at that base model, I'll just put a bit more RAM in, and then you're up to the entry-level Pro. Then I'll put a bit more RAM in it, then you're up to the next level Pro. It's like, damn, they have made that ladder so easy to climb. All about anchorage. 118705. Or Tower.
Edinburgh traffic, Air 36 Romeo, descending now, flight 070, level Tartan. Edinburgh traffic.
I do wonder how much the Neos are going to cost us from Phoenix. Presumably... I mean, is it technically an expansion? Or is it a standalone product? What do you reckon? $49.99 for either the 20 or the 21, and then, I don't know, $79 for both? What do we think? Boris, no, this is the 800, not the 900, buddy. If Phoenix come out and like, yeah, if you already own the 320, it's like $20. Be like, what? But I wouldn't expect that. They need to make some money, especially after they did the BFU for free. What's the whole A320 pack? 90, is it? I forget. Regardless, insta-buy. Insta-buy. Return of the King. I feel like once we got that, like just within Phoenix, there are so many variants, so many options, and I know it's all one family of plane, but they all fly very, very differently. Like the 19 is a very different thing to fly than the 21, and obviously the 20 is in the middle. Then you've got the Sharks, then you've got the different engine options, then we're going to have the Neos, and it's like, oh my word, like, there's going to be so much to do. I think they're just doing the 20 and 21, aren't they? I think. Yeah. Also, the XLR 21 Neo also. Cool. That'll be my new long hauler. Cheers, Boris. Thanks for the follow. Right, let's do some fixes, shall we? EGPH24. Is it 24 or /24 in this thing? No. Let's put in a 10. /10. I've forgotten. There we go. Do /15 as well. That'll do. Beautiful. Yeah, I think you're probably right, to be honest. I'm glad they delayed it. The Neos, if they weren't ready, obviously it's disappointing, but I'm glad they made the call to get it right rather than rush it out and then, you know. What flight level are we? 115. I don't think I'd be letting anything FS Labs run on my PC as a matter of principle, to be honest, after what has happened before, to be quite honest. $10,000 feet coming up. Let's get engines into continuous. Let's get some lights on. Let's also do a landing en route. Edinburgh. That's my impression, by the way. Auto brakes 3. Can we get away with 2? Don't think so. Auto brakes 3 it is then. What do you mean, Baz? Has an up and down motion that can't be stopped. How do you mean?
Edinburgh traffic, Airline 36 Romeo, reducing speed now to 5 knots. Edinburgh traffic.
Like the auto trim's going crazy. Wouldn't know, unless I could see your machine, if you know what I mean. Folks, by the way, I'm looking for some volunteers to help me. Because I have made my FSLTL liveries, I think. I've made some VMR entries that I can add. Basically, I need to test out whether my FSLTO liveries work. My plan is to paste the liveries in the FSLTL folder, add some lines to their VMR file, and see if it works. So if anyone, after we land at Edinburgh, is up for helping me test by spawning in random aircraft at certain gates, that would be very cool. So we've got Ryanair 2675 up ahead, we've got me, then we've got Ryan, and then the next one is another Ryanair. All the other ones coming from Dublin. Nice. There's Toby, Charlie, and Harish. Nice. Yeah, don't worry, Ryan, you go to bed, mate. Blimey, you've been up late enough, I'd say. Okay, after Tartan, I'm going to leave...
36 from returning now, direct to Tartan, releasing speed at 23 knots for traffic separation. Edinburgh traffic.
Edinburgh traffic, Ryanair 233. After Tartan, we are going to leave at heading 030 to vector for ILS 24 approach. Nice one, Toby. Nine miles to Tartan. Right. ILS frequency 108.9. We will do a flaps 30 arrival. Minimums for us is 300. I probably won't be around at 4:30 to 5, unfortunately. Appreciate it, though. Okay, we have left Tartan. Basically going to carry on straight for about 20 miles, I think. Sort of come in and then loop around to follow Ryanair 2675. Kingsman, thank you. Thank you for the follow. Right, let's get ourselves down to 3,000, shall we?
traffic here on 36 Romeo. We'll leave Tartan with a heading of 030 degrees. Edinburgh traffic.
Edinburgh traffic, Ryanair 233, reducing speed now to 220 knots. 90908.
Romeo reducing speed 210 knots. Edinburgh traffic.
Just a random question. Do you have the AN225 in your FSLTL? No idea. Couldn't tell you. Runway needs 24, that's good. How you doing, Daniel? And Lachlan as well. Howdy, y'all. Cheers, Crux. Hopefully I'm saying that right. I've no idea how I should pronounce your username. So sorry about that.
Edinburgh traffic, turn 36 Romeo, leaving Tartan now, heading 0303, descending now altitude 2,500 feet, 3 hours, approach runway 24, Edinburgh traffic.
You're doing some FSI panel practice, cool. Yeah, FSI panel's great, I love it. Just going to extend a little bit further. So that looks like a bit of an abrupt turn there. Edinburgh traffic, Ryanair 233, turning now, Charlie India 24, 10 miles to run, then we will switch over to Tower upon reaching Edinburgh traffic. Yeah, Lachlan it is, mate. $3,000 is the go-around altitude, which is already in, which is handy. I'm going to keep my speed up as much as I can. I've got about 7 miles to run until we get to there. Look at us go. Edinburgh traffic, Ryanair 233, slowing now, speed 180 knots, Edinburgh. You alright, Ben? Speed brake. Hopefully we won't be needing that one again. We're about to switch over to tower once we get established, once we make the turn. Edinburgh traffic, Ryanair 233 overhead, Charlie India 24, switching over to tower now, Edinburgh traffic. Edinburgh Tower, good afternoon, Ryanair 233 on a 11-mile final for 24.
Ryanair 233, Edinburgh Tower, good afternoon. Surface wind 26 degrees at 5 knots, runway 24, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 24, Ryanair 233. Speed 160. We'll hold that until 5 DME. Did I figure out the rudder pedal issue from earlier? Well, the sim crashed, and then upon rebooting, it went away. And the issue was present with both my Mozas and my Logitechs. Initially, I blamed the Mozas, because obviously that's the new thing in my setup. So you can sort of understand why you might think, oh, maybe that's what the problem is, but it was not.
813, we are ready for taxi and we can take Charlie.
Ryanair 813, taxi to holding point Charlie 1, runway
Got to arm the approach.
Golf, Lima and Charlie.
Thanks, Charlie 1, runway 24 via Golf, Lima and
Bad.
Charlie, Ryanair 813.
Okay, 147 is going to be our approach speed.
2,500.
Get that gear out, shall we? How's it going, band? Okay, final approach speed, 5 miles. Go around altitude set. Heading bug is set. Speed, light, engine, flaps 30, speed brake armed. All that's left for me to do is mess it up. Come on, Em. My plane, my throttles. 20 knot wind, so we do need to be mindful of that. That could get away from us.
Final now, approximately 24.
1,000.
Air Knot 36 Romeo in the paragraph range 3, approach runway 24 number 2.
Continue approach number 2, Air Knot 36 from you.
Ryanair 813 in the tower. Are you fully ready for departure?
Ryanair 813, firm ready for departure.
500.
Ryanair 813 behind the landing company Boeing 737 via Charlie 1, line up runway 24 behind.
Roger, behind the landing company Boeing 738 via Charlie 1, runway 24, line up on wait behind Ryanair 813.
Approaching minimums. 200. Minimums.
Continue.
100. 50. 30. 20. 10.
Happy with that. Welcome to Edinburgh. Just leave the reverses in idle. I don't think we're going to need them. Possibly could have jumped off there. Keep it rolling.
Ryanair 813, surface wind 250 degrees at 10 knots, on the 24 clear for takeoff.
Hey, there we go.
Runway 24 clear for takeoff, Ryanair 813.
Oops.
Ryanair 233, taxi to stand 1 Alpha via Alpha and Echo.
1 Alpha via Alpha and Echo. Ryanair 233, thank you. Oh, that was good. That was fun. Right. What's my VRAM looking like? 9 gig at 1440p. That's not too bad, is it?
36 Romeo, wind 250 degrees at 10 knots.
Thank you.
Air Knot 36 Romeo, runway 24 clear to land.
Oh, happy with that. That was a nice landing. Feel like I'm just a little bit,
Ryanair 813, no further ATC available.
Have you tried the Moza flight stick? Yeah, I've got the AB6 and the AB9 here. So I've tried both. AB9 is incredible.
Ryanair 813, good afternoon.
Here comes Ryan.
Tower Easy 12 Bravo, ready for push and start again.
Easy 12 Bravo, stand 11, push and start, prove face east.
Push and start, prove face east, Easy 12 Bravo.
It's looking tidy, Ryan. Now the wheels have just rendered in. Okay, right turn on to Echo.
Airlot 36 Romeo, turn left on Alpha, taxi to stand 1 via Alpha and Echo.
Right on, sorry, left on Alpha, stand 1 via Alpha and Echo, Airlot 36 Romeo.
Let's get rid of the FPS counter. This guy's had such a great day out. You talking about the AB9 or the AB6, Jonah?
336 is on 10 mile final, runway 24.
Ryanair 336 in the tower, good afternoon. Surface wind 250 degrees at 10 knots, runway 24, clear to land.
Good to land, runway 24, Ryanair 336.
Blared a bit too much. Yeah, I think I did as well, to be honest with you. Hey, 1 Alpha, wasn't it for me? Cheers, Sam. Good, thank you, Sam. Cheers to follow. There we go. Welcome to Eddie. Now.
Edinburgh Charts, U81 Uniform Golf, Standard aircraft code 320, requesting IFR to Geneva as filed.
Take power from the APU. Engines off.
Easy 81 Uniform Golf, Edinburgh, good afternoon. Clear to Geneva via the Ghost 1 Charlie departure.
Come on. I think we're going to get dinged a little bit. Yeah, no beacon light. But other than that, that was on the ground at Dublin. Other than that, that's great.
Ghost 1 Charlie, Scott 7267, easy.
Lovely jubbly.
Easy 81 Uniform Golf, feedback correct. QH 998 hectopascals.
That'll do.
QH 998, easy 81 Uniform.
That'll do. Who else is coming in? We've got a few more coming, haven't we?
Bravo, don't know G6 speed here, so I'm ready for taxi, and I guess I can go to the right from here.
Easy 12 Bravo.
Is there a tower view?
Roger. Taxi stand, correction, taxi holding point Delta 1, runway 24 via Foxtrot and Alpha.
Delta 1, runway 24 via Foxtrot Alpha, easy 12 Bravo.
Don't know what it's doing anymore. How's that going to look? That's pretty cool. That's a nice view it's given us. Right, so we're watching people come in. There's one on short final over... There we go. Track aircraft. I'll get rid of it. That's better. Here he comes. Right on the money. Beautiful. I'll do nicely. What's the VRAM like now we're in this sort of view? Still under 9. Oh, just about 9. It's not too bad. Yeah, I think we're fine as long as we stay in 1440, because if I was to go to 4K real quick.
Hello, very good afternoon. Alpine 904 Alpha Tango stand 98320 with information Bravo and QNH 9998 requesting the startup.
We go TAA.
Alpine 904 Alpha Tango, good afternoon. I haven't given you a clearance yet. You ready to copy clearance?
I'm ready to copy the clearance 904 Alpha Tango.
Alpine 94 Alpha Tango is cleared to...
It's not liking that, is it?
Via the Tara 6 Charlie departure, squawk 0766.
Alpine 904 Alpha Tango cleared to Berlin via Tala 6 Charlie and the squawk is 0766.
Alpine 904 Alpha Tango, read back correct. And just confirm you're ready for push and start.
Just give me another 2 minutes and then we'll be ready to go.
Roger, call me back when you're ready.
904 Alpha Tango, welcome.
Cool.
Ryanair 326, taxi to stand 17 via Alpha Lima Golf.
Couple more to land.
Ryanair 336, taxi to stand 17 via Alpha Lima and Golf.
17 via Alpha Lima and Golf, Ryanair 336.
See you later, Ryan. Cheers for flying.
Ryanair 63 Charlie, Edinburgh, good afternoon. Surface wind 250 degrees at 10 knots, runway 24, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 24, Ryanair 63 Charlie, thanks.
Edinburgh Tower, good afternoon, Easy 655.
Yeah, that can happen, Arnold.
Information Bravo, Gate 2.
Yeah.
Request IFR to Cork as filed.
EG 655, Edinburgh, good afternoon. Report aircraft type.
I'm an A320.
EG 655, clear to Cork via the Gosam 1 Charlie departure, squawk 6472. Information Bravo, QNH 998 hectopascals.
Clear to Cork via the Gosser 1 departure, Gosser 1 Charlie.
It would be cool if there was like a
6472 QNH 998
plane spotter view, wouldn't there? I don't know if there is.
Information is Bravo, Easy 655.
Easy 655, read back correct.
Ah, plane spotting. There we go. I'll look at that another time.
To Charlie, final runway 24.
Okay, to Charlie, Edinburgh, good afternoon. Continue approach runway 24, number 2.
Still approach runway 24, code 52 Charlie.
Can't see a plane yet. And I know for a fact that that plane is beyond the sea line.
Easy 1-2 Bravo, Edinburgh Tower, are you fully ready for departure?
Aye, firm.
Ah, here we come up.
Aye, firm. Easy 1-2 Bravo.
Easy 1-2 Bravo, roger. Just stand by.
Last one, Toby.
Stand up on for Tango, stand on we would be ready for push and start.
Alpine 94 Tango, stand 9er, push and start approved, face east.
Push and start approved, facing east, 94 for Tango.
Stupid camera view keeps snapping back. And we are down. Yeah, down. Who have we got next? Crash next, I think. And I think that's pretty much everyone down. I need to adjust this little view because it's annoying me. How have you fly by?
Easy 1-2 Bravo, via Delta 1, line up runway 24.
24, easy 1-2 Bravo.
It's a bit better, isn't it? That's a better view. We're waiting for you, don't worry.
Easy 1-2 Bravo, surface on 250, 10 knots, runway 24, clear immediate takeoff.
Immediate takeoff, easy 1-2 Bravo.
Spice Jet 2 Charlie, expect late clearance, surface wind 250 degrees at 10 knots.
Exiting late clearance, pleasure to tell you.
Easy's on the roll.
60 Charlie, taxi to stand 7 via Alpha and Foxtrot.
Stand 7 via Alpha and Foxtrot, runway 60 Charlie.
There you go.
Spice Jet 2 Charlie, runway 24, clear to land.
Confirm clear to land. Spice Jet to Charlie, confirm clear to land, runway 24.
Affirm, clear to land, runway 24.
Land runway 24, Spice Jet to Charlie.
Easy 1-2 Bravo, no further ATC available, continue on Unicom 122.1.
Nice.
122.1, yeah, easy 1-2 Bravo.
Greased. Beautiful.
Edinburgh Tower, very good, operating FedEx 8 radio check, please. FedEx 8, Edinburgh Tower, readability 5.
Well done, everybody.
Edinburgh Tower, FedEx 8, mission Bravo board from 201, type MD1132, customer,
Well done, well done, well done. Right. I am going to disconnect. And I am going to go and try and finish my FSLTL liveries and see if I can make some sense of them. And then I can get them over to them, so hopefully we can get into the next update ASAP. Because I'd hate for there to be an update next week and us to miss the boat and then we have to wait like another 6 months. That would be... that would suck, wouldn't it? That really would suck. So I'm going to hop to it and get them done ASAP. Thank you all very much for today, though. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for coming along, hitting the like button, or just being here. Really does mean the world. And thank you for 30k subs as well. That's that crept up on us, that one. I took my eye off the ball there, and then it kind of happened over the weekend. I was like, oh, no way. And of course, VATSIM partner. We're now VATSIM partner, and it's literally because of you all. So thank you very much indeed. Have a lovely rest of your Tuesday. I will speak to you all very, very, very soon. Have a great day. Cheers.